Video of the day number 34. It got cold last night. It went down to 34. We used the stove all night last night. Still have it on. I had it at about 3 or 3.5. I just lowered it down this morning. I'll lower it down a little bit more now. We used about maybe half a bag or so for the overnight. These pellets seem pretty good. It was 69 degrees in the room when I got up this morning, even just only on 3.5. So, and granted, it wasn't windy last night, but that worked pretty good. And I also don't see any clinkers forming yet. So far so good on the pellets. So today we need to finish this gutters thing, because now supposedly it's going to rain. It's going to rain in the next couple of days. So this needs to be finished today. The majority of the complicated logic is done. So now we just have to figure out where it should come out over there, and then glue everything together and cover it back up. I'd like to get all the dirt put back in place before it rains. If it rains with these dirt piles there, it's going to be a mess. And then maybe tomorrow we'll clean up the leaves. It's still kind of cold. It's a beautiful looking morning, but it is kind of cold. So maybe we'll do something inside first and then give it a little more time to warm up outside, and then we'll go outside. I think what I'll do now is I'll film one video this morning before we go outside. Then I have to do some things on the computer. So I'll film the Crest 8600 with 3 blades. And then we have to film it with 2 blades. And we gotta film it with no blades. I think we'll get a screwdriver. I don't remember if these are number 2 or number 3 screws. They're number 2s. That's a little inconvenient. Oh well. Oh, where's the tripod? There it is. Probably better to record this early anyways, because the sun is coming in the window right now, so it's got good lighting here. time I've had a problem with the microphones not working properly. Now it's working. The Crest 8600, shown with 3 blades, backed by a popular demand. I want to put it up to full power with all 6 blades just so I can refresh my recollection of the performance, and then we'll cancel out half the blades. Okay. It takes a number 2 screwdriver and a number 3, so I'm going to take the light off so I can get to the screws a little bit easier. And of course, this does have incandescent light bulbs in the head. These are the same tiny little screws that the 5500 series uses as well. I guess this was commonplace for Crest. looks a little ridiculous, but not as bad as I was expecting. We'll begin with the low. I suspect it'll move considerably more air now. 3 blades seems to be that the hot spot where everything performs the best. Yeah, there's more air. I can feel a considerable amount of air moving just on low. You can see the tassels blowing around a little bit. This doesn't have very much pitch to it at all. Okay, we'll go to the medium now. It's already moving cut as much air as it was before on high. Yeah, we're going to see a serious performance jump on high. Now the airflow does become very choppy at this configuration. It's a much more smoother, steadier airflow with the 6, but this definitely has a much higher velocity. Somebody suggested that I take all the blades off and weigh each individually. And that's an interesting idea. I never really thought about doing that because I just always associate a balance issue with some kind of a clock problem. Either the blades are too high, too low, not lined up correctly with the one diagonally opposite to it, etc. Not diagonally opposite, just completely opposite. But it is possible that the blades are not balanced correctly too, in terms of weight. It is definitely a consideration. See how bad it shakes. It's not really any worse than it was before. It certainly sounds different. You can tell it's running a lot faster. Although, you know what? It's not all that much faster. It's not running like ridiculously fast right now. Wow, what a difference that made. This is into the higher performance category now. Wow, that made a huge difference. If I come all the way across the room, I can actually feel air kicking up the wall now, all the way across the room. And a respectable amount of it too. It's amazing how these products are designed with cosmetics first. This could be such a much higher performance fan if it was sold like this. Yeah, this is pushing air around the entire kitchen right now. I'm standing over here by the stove and I can feel air rushing up the wall. That's pushing a lot of air right now. This is comparable to I would say this is in the 5,000 CFM range now. Higher 5,000s. It's quite strong. Yeah, this is now a very respectable 52-inch unit in terms of airflow. Yeah, there's a lot of air kicking back up the walls. Unbelievable. Even over here, and going into the hallway, where there's no wall, I can still feel the air exchanging between the kitchen and the hallway. Well, I'm very curious to see now how it'll work with the two. I wonder if it'll be even stronger. It might not be. I really think the 3 is like the best number for blades. I'm going to try to find a malfunction here. Alright, so very interesting results. I knew it was going to be better with 3, but I wasn't sure how much. This is more than I was expecting. This actually is putting us into like the high performance category now, which is incredible because it's quite below average as it comes from the factory with all 6. You know, I suppose that, no, I guess it doesn't matter because I gotta rearrange everything anyways. Let's see, I should just do the 2 blades now, but I gotta take most of the back off again anyway, so it doesn't matter. I'll do it some time. You know, I'll get some shots of it around the room, what it looks like with the 3 blades, just so we can see. This is the slowest configuration I can get. This is low on the chain and low on the wall. And it's definitely faster than it normally is. Although I could never get a really good low with this. It was always a little bit kind of fast, even with all 6 blades. It doesn't look horrible. I surely prefer it with 6, but it doesn't look unreasonable like it did with the 4. it's off, it don't look too good. It was okay on the low, but now when it's off, you can tell something's a little weird about it. Especially with the center globe on. The third blade disappears depending on where you're looking at it. This is definitely what we call a form over function product. This has been a highly requested video, along with it running on 2 blades. I'm surprised nobody has asked to see the home trims one in the same configurations. I'll show it, but it just hasn't been asked for. Now the home trends is already a pretty respectable performer as it is. I'm very curious to see how much more air it moves on 3 blades. It might really move some air around. This is really driving me nuts. Back to normal. There's a lot more motor hum with it on 6 blades. The hum kind of went away on 3, but it definitely comes back with all 6. There's a lot more load on the motor, twice the load. Such a nice looking fan though. Alright, well we'll revisit this one more time and we'll put 2 blades on it and see if the performance continues to improve. I'm not sure that we're going to notice much of an advantage with 2 versus 3, but we'll give it a shot. Okay, so that's that. turn this off because we're going to use this today. I'm going to plug this in the computer now. And I'm going to import that video and I'm going to set that up for this afternoon. And then I got to set up a Christmas video. And then I'll see what I want to put out tonight. I try to make sure there's a decent variety, you know, because I know everybody likes different types of videos, so I try to do different, in the words of Lamont, we try to do different content. So I'll see how the views go today. Now I'll decide what to put out tonight. Probably some kind of a vlog. This thing looks amazing in here. I knew it would. Sometimes you can just see the certain fans and certain installs and it just comes out perfect. This is one of those cases. Okay, so here we are at this stupid video editing computer. I hate this computer, but when it works properly, it's great. And thus far today, it's been working properly. So we push into this and then we'll grab this video. Actually, you know what, I should probably take these other videos in here too because I don't want it to run out of space. I'll take all these videos in. This one through this one. And this goes surprisingly quickly. I didn't think it was going to go quickly. It goes surprisingly quickly, which I wasn't expecting because I didn't think so that it would go quickly through USB. But it goes pretty quick. Some of these videos are an hour and a half long and it's only saying 7 minutes for the whole thing. So that's pretty good. Usually in the time being, what I'll do while that's importing is I'll come over to this other computer over here and I'll answer some of the comments and see what other nonsense is going on. I actually want to change this desk to just be a laptop workspace. We really don't need a dedicated computer here. This is almost done. It's only got 3/4 remaining. You know what, while I'm waiting for it, maybe I'll just do that now. I'll take this computer out. So I want to start working in here more during the mornings because the sun comes in the windows and it gets warm. Now I gotta find somewhere to store that. And so this keyboard we don't need. I'll store this keyboard in the laptop closet for now. You know what, that was wrong. I'll get the wire tied with the cord away correctly. I can't yell at people for abusing cords if I'm doing the same thing. Good. It's worth taking the extra 15 seconds to do it correctly. Now we also don't need this. That's a nice right angle AC cord. I'm sure we can develop a use case for this somewhere else. This table's kind of dusty. Put this in the laptop closet here. The network cable here because we'll need that. Just do that. Good, now I can have somewhere to use different laptops in a more formal environment. Maybe what I should do is I should just set up a bunch of different chargers here because there's like a thing under there where the Brooks can sit. I can put a couple Lenovo ones, a couple Dell ones. That's not a good idea. Maybe I will do that. Because this is a little risky here, moving the cords in and out from behind that lamp all the time. Oh, this doesn't have any slack. You know what, this is a ghetto, not set up correctly thing. I need to put another network jack over here. That's been a necessity for some time. It's got 2 minutes left. Jeez, if that was coming from the other camera, the Sony camera, those hour-and-a-half long files would take like 2 or 3 hours to import for some reason. I should get a Velcro strap for this instead, so it can be adjusted easier. This guy, I like that better. I cleaned the desk yesterday with melamine foam on the front. Looks like new. I gotta get this plugged in and working. I need to put a bigger power bar here. This one's too small. See, this desk have a little thing here. You can put all the wires and so forth in. It's pretty nice cable management for a cheesy desk like this. So maybe we'll make use of that and make this look a little nicer here. Alright, this is done now. So we're gonna go with this movie and stick this down here. And
the Crest.
We can put a fade in. Just makes it look a little nicer. And then I just go through here quickly to make sure that the audio levels are reasonable.
Yeah, I never really thought about doing that because I guess I just always associate a balance issue with some kind of a clock problem. Either too high, too low, not.
It's a touch low. Let's bump it up a little bit.
Put it up to full power, just so I can refresh my recollection off. So I by the stove and I can feel even over here what it looks like.
Yeah, this was supposed to be in 60 frames a second.
Blades. I'm surprised nobody has asked.
It doesn't look like it is. I'll try to put this in here into the computer a different way. We use image capture. Let's see if that... I noticed that a couple of times. It didn't seem like the 60 FPS was working, and I don't know why, because on the preview screen on there, while we're filming, it certainly looks like it's 60 FPS. No, that's not how you get to it. Image capture. Just put it desktop for now, that's fine. And I don't want to cancel it out when we're done. I feel like iMovies did something to the movie that made it not the right whatever format. Or actually, let's play it back on here. Does it look like it's 60 FPS on here? That would kind of answer the question. And of course, this stupid thing insists on always playing it with no sound for some reason.
This was commonplace for...
Yeah, it looks like it's 60 FPS on here.
Move considerably more.
100% it is. So it is 60 FPS on this stupid thing. So why does it not become 60 FPS on the computer? So that's really something, because now this thing has so little compatibility with the world. It's not even compatible with another Apple product at this point. It's just literally compatible with nothing. Gosh, I hate those things. This is taking much longer now, maybe because it's actually the right format. I wonder why it did that. It's kind of weird. That's unfortunate. Yeah, I like this setup a lot better over here. This way I can make more use of the different laptops. I have quite an extensive laptop collection and I don't use them as often as I'd like to. And a lot of it's because it's just more convenient to sit down at the desk where there's already a computer. So this kind of forces me to, well, it doesn't force me, it entices me to use a laptop more. And I can rotate through different ones at this desk. So this is a good setup. I like this. Alright, that's almost done. I'm very curious to see if it's actually going to be 60 FPS this time. I don't know why it wasn't before. Okay, here we go. Let's see.
Same. Go up to the medium now.
Yeah, it's 60 FPS now.
Yeah. 6. And a lot more load on the motor.
Yep, it's 60 FPS. So what kind of nonsense is this computer doing that it's not holding
The Crest.
Now it looks shoddy again. Is it just a preview? That's a possibility. Let me just go to the end here. Yeah, that looks horrible. Let's just chop this and see if I can get it to work. Let's see here. If I save it, does it go back to... Just save a couple of seconds to see what it looks like. I wonder if it looks shoddy only in the preview. I don't recall it typically being like that though. I don't think that's normal. No, it looks shoddy. Alright, so this stupid piece of garbage is not even capable of so for a ceiling fan video, this is unacceptable now. I'm not going to record ceiling fan video with this thing anymore. Alright, we're going to have to edit this with slow time instead.
The Crest.
Is this? It looks so much better.
Putting
with
this into
the section.
cosmetics with.
Alright, so what we can do here is we can do an edit and then a trim, and we'll just clip off the beginning where there's a dead spot.
The Crest.
And then we'll cut off the end where there's dead spots as well. Yeah, so while I'm fumbling with the camera to shut it off, we'll just trim that off. And that's fine.
The Crest. It's not really any. And continues to improve. An advantage with 2 versus 3, but we'll give it a shot.
Alright. So now we can save this as Yeah, it's just blades, whatever, it doesn't matter. So I don't know why the heck iMovies is doing that to these videos. It's probably something to do with that stupid phone. I'm only using that thing because the audio is so much better with the external microphones, and it's easier to use the external microphones with that because it has a direct input. But I'm not going to use that for Fina videos ever again because it doesn't have 60 FPS. Okay, now we can shut this, and let's see, we'll cancel this out, we don't need that anymore. We'll cancel it out because we don't need that anymore. And let's see if this is good or not.
The Crest 8600, shown with 3 blades.
Yeah, that's good. That's 60 FPS.
And back up the performance continues to improve. I'm not sure that we're gonna.
That was weird. I don't know why it was like that. Okay, now I'm gonna set up the videos for today. Put that on. And then we'll get some food, and then we'll start working outside. Gosh, this chair is kind of falling apart here. That's a little better.
The Crest 8600, shown with 3 blades, backed by popular demand. The third blade disappears depending on where you're looking at it. This is definitely what we call a form over function product. One more time and we'll put 2 blades on it and see if the performance continues to improve. I'm not sure that we're going to notice much of an advantage with 2 versus 3, but we'll give it a shot.
Yeah, it's playing in 60 FPS. This computer is not going to play 4K, but the option does go all the way up.
Here is a string of 100 mini lights with end connector from the AC Moore. This cost $5.99 in Department 35 back in the around here, AC Moore or the DC in transit. That's a little ridiculous. Replace. New old stock set on hand. Chances are.
and just fall. What the heck? Heard a small crash. warming up outside now. It's 63. So I'm going to turn this off and then we can start moving outside for the afternoon. Oh, this is on 2% the charge, so we got to stop and change this out anyways. It's about 63 degrees out. It's 1:30 now. That's probably about as warm as it's going to get. But that's nice enough, especially for doing something physical. So I'll have some pizza and then we'll get to work outside. This is chicken and ham pizza. Very good invention.
The Nash Executioner. Maybe the most common skateboard of the 1980s. If you didn't own one, you definitely knew somebody who did. My recent Veriflex video struck a nerve, and in well over 1,000 comments, one name seemed to pop up more than any other, the Nash Executioner, even topping the Veriflex Voodoo. And there was a pattern in those comments. People kept saying things like, I would have been lucky to have a Veriflex. I had a Nash and it was way worse. And that's when it hit me, was the Executioner really the most common starter board of the 80s? Or does it just feel that way because so many people mention it now? After going through those comments, exploring massive threads on Facebook groups, and now digging through the actual business history, I think the answer's clear. The Executioner really was that common. It was everywhere, and obviously not because it was the coolest board, but because Nash was at one point the world's largest skateboard manufacturer. What really surprised me was that Nash wasn't a short-lived toy brand at all. It was a family business that started in 1918, made it through the Depression, reinvented itself with water skis in the 50s, and kept rolling through the skateboard booms of the 60s, 70s, and 80s. One of their early boards is even in the Smithsonian, and at their peak they were making hundreds of thousands of skateboards until a fire in 2006 brought it all to an end. So this is the story of Nash manufacturing, from a Texas hardware store to the most common skateboard in America, and how a single fire pretty much ended a nearly century-old business. Okay, so Nash manufacturing didn't start with skateboards. The company traces back to 1918 when the Nash family founded Nash Hardware Company in Fort Worth, Texas. For decades, they sold tools, fishing tackle, and sporting goods, a typical family hardware business. But in the 1950s, fourth-generation family member Charles Nash III got bored with the hardware trade. He was passionate about water skiing, so in his garage, Charles and his wife Winnell started crafting their own water skis. That garage experiment became Nash Manufacturing Company in the early 1960s. And the timing couldn't have been better. Right as Charles was launching his new sporting goods venture, America's first skateboard craze exploded. In 1963 and 64, skateboarding went from a California novelty to a national phenomenon. Nash jumped in immediately, mass-producing simple wooden sidewalk surfer boards at their Fort Worth plant. Here's what set Nash apart from day one. They weren't trying to be a core skate brand. They were going straight for the mass market. While surf shops in California sold premium boards, Nash struck deals with Sears, JCPenney, and Montgomery Ward. Their boards appeared in catalogs coast to coast. Between 1960 and 1965, the U.S. skateboard industry sold an estimated 50 million boards, and Nash sold tens of thousands of them, priced around $6 to $12 when premium boards cost much more. When skateboarding's first boom crashed in the late 60s, most skateboard companies folded, but Nash survived because they had diversified. Water skis, scooters, sleds, outdoor toys. The hardware business foundation kept them alive. Then in the 70s, urethane wheels revived skateboarding, and Nash was perfectly positioned. By 1978, Nash was running magazine ads claiming to be the world's largest water ski and skateboard manufacturer. And that wasn't just marketing hype, they really were producing massive volumes. One of Nash's earliest skateboards, the Goofy Foot Sidewalk Surfer, even sits in the Smithsonian Institution today as a piece of skateboarding history. Charles Nash III had turned his family's modest hardware store into a manufacturing powerhouse with national distribution. And by the time the 1980s boom hit, Nash was already everywhere. Nash manufacturing was absolutely dominating the toy aisle skateboard market. While brands like Palo Peralta, Vision, and Santa Cruz fought for sales in skate shops, Nash owned Toys R Us, Kmart, Target, and Walmart. And they weren't alone in those aisles. Veriflex was right there too, but even in the toy aisle, there was a pecking order and Nash was totally at the bottom. Veriflex, as we talked about in the last video, had actually started with a legit pro team in the late 70s and early 80s before shifting to department stores. They still made some decent boards like the XP Series Voodoo that at least felt closer to real skateboards, but Nash had never pretended to be anything but a mass market toy. They undercut everyone with cheaper wood, heavier decks, and more plastic parts. To parents shopping at Kmart, a Nash and a Veriflex looked the same. To skaters, Nash was the bottom rung. If a parent in middle America wanted to buy their kid a skateboard, they were probably looking at a Nash. Okay, so the Executioner was their flagship model. The graphic is burned into the brain of anyone who was there. A dragon rising out of a pile of skulls, plastered across neon decks, radioactive green, hot pink, safety orange. It looked like a metal album cover, and to a 10-year-old, that made it irresistible. The specs tell you everything about Nash's strategy. The deck was about 29 inches long, it was close to 10 inches wide with a shallow kicktail and a mostly flat profile, no real concave, and some even say it felt slightly convex. The trucks were basic metal XR2s with stiff bushings that made turning a challenge. And the bearings, Nash actually advertised them as noise tested, which sounds impressive to a kid but means absolutely nothing. Combined with the deck weight, acceleration felt like pushing a brick. And man, it was heavy. Nash boards came loaded with plastic accessories, full-length rails, nose guards, tail guards, sometimes truck copers and lappers, all screwed on right out of the box to make them look pro and survive driveway abuse. Those parts made the boards maybe a little more durable, but they also made them clunky. So what did it feel like to ride? In the comments, people said it best, like pushing a sled. Heavy as a brick, but it got me hooked. I would have been lucky to get a Veriflex instead of a Nash. That last comment says it all. Even Veriflex, which core skaters dismissed as a toy store board, was a step up from Nash. But here's the thing, Nash sold like crazy. At their peak in the mid-80s, Nash boards were in thousands of retail locations nationwide. While exact sales figures are hard to confirm for the private company, their claim of being the world's largest skateboard manufacturer suggests they were moving hundreds of thousands of boards throughout the decade. Charles Nash III later said he was amazed to find himself considered famous in the California boarding community, not because his boards were good, but because they got so many kids skating. So yeah, that was Nash's entire business model, not performance, but presence, be everywhere, be affordable, look exciting enough to make a kid's eyes light up on Christmas morning. But by the late 1980s and early 90s, skateboarding was changing in ways Nash couldn't follow. Street skating took over, skaters wanted lighter decks, real concave, responsive trucks, and smooth bearings. Companies like World Industries, Plan B, and Blind were redefining what a skateboard should feel like. Nash stayed Nash, same heavy decks, same cheap components, same toy aisle positioning, and as skateboarding matured from a toy into a legitimate sport, the market for beginner boards shrank. Kids who got serious about skating would save up for a real setup. Younger kids moved on to inline skates and scooters in the 90s. Nash tried to adapt by leaning harder into their other product lines. They never stopped making water sports equipment, and in the 80s and 90s, their Hydroslide kneeboard brand became hugely successful. They also expanded into pool floats under the Margaritaville brand. They had coolers and other leisure products too. By the 2000s, Nash Manufacturing was essentially a water sports and outdoor recreation company that still made a few skateboards on the side. The company had survived for nearly a century by adapting from hardware to water skis to skateboards to kneeboards, but in 2006, adaptation wouldn't be enough. So, in the summer of 2006, a massive fire broke out at the Fort Worth factory. By the time firefighters extinguished it, the facility was totally destroyed. All of Nash's molds, materials, and machinery, everything they used to make skateboards, water skis, knee boards, and other products were lost. The cause of the fire was never conclusively determined. What was clear is that this single event effectively ended Nash Manufacturing's operations. After producing goods in Fort Worth since the 1960s, my understanding is that the company could no longer really manufacture anything. The Nash family chose not to rebuild. Charles Nash III was in his 70s and the cost of starting over was simply too much. The company limped along for a few years, managing remaining inventory and brand assets, but production had stopped. Charles Nash III passed away in August 2015 at age 82, and then 2 years later, in September of 2017, O'Brien Watersports acquired pretty much all of Nash's remaining assets, including the Hydroslide brand, the Margaritaville product line, and then the Sub-Z cooler line. Keith Parton, who was Nash's president, said at the time, "It has been a great 50 years at Nash," and then that was it. Nearly a century of family business ended by a fire and closed with an asset sale. So what's the legacy of Nash Manufacturing? From a business perspective, it's a story of remarkable adaptation. A family hardware store in 1918 became a water ski manufacturer in the 1950s, then the world's largest skateboard maker in the 1970s and 80s, and finally a diversified sporting goods company in the 90s and 2000s. They rode multiple boom and bust cycles and survived for nearly 90 years. From a skateboarding perspective, Nash's legacy is more complicated. They never had a pro team, they never innovated deck shapes or truck technology, they never made contest podiums, core skaters called them poser boards, and the Executioner came shorthand for cheap department store junk. But here's the interesting part. One of Nash's earliest skateboards sits in the Smithsonian. That's not an honor given to just anything, that's recognition of historical importance. Nash may not have pushed skateboarding forward as a sport, but they were pioneers in making it accessible to the masses. And here's what really matters. Nash introduced more people to skateboarding than probably any other brand in history. If you were a kid in middle America in the 1980s and you wanted a skateboard, Nash was often the only option your parents could afford. And for every kid who quit because their Nash felt like a brick, there's another who fell in love with skating and eventually upgraded to a real board, but only because the Executioner was there first. That's the gateway board thesis. Nash didn't make pros, Nash made skaters. And today there's a strange irony playing out. The same boards kids mocked as Kmart specials in 1986 now sell for hundreds of dollars in collector groups. An Executioner in decent shape with original rails and guards is genuinely hard to find because most were ridden to death or tossed when the kids upgraded. The cheapest board of the 80s is now too expensive for me to justify as buying a prop for this video. So yeah, time has a sense of humor. So what about you? Did you have a Nash? Was it the Executioner, the Nightmare, or one of the other wild graphics? And maybe do you remember the exact color or the Christmas morning? Drop your story in the comments. I'm building a whole archive of these gateway board memories. And this is officially a series now. Part 1 was Veriflex. This was Part 2, Nash. Part 3 is coming soon, Volterra, the Marty McFly board, timed with Madrid's re-release. If you grew up in the 80s, you know that one's gonna be special. Alright, thanks for watching. I'm Matt, and I'll see you in the next one.
There's nothing like dining benefits at over 10,000 Resi.
It's time to get some work done. So we have to complete this today, at least to the point where it's functional. I suppose the dirt doesn't have to go back today. I'd like it to. We definitely have to finish everything else, though, because rain is supposedly coming. Alright, so let's finish making these cuts. We've got to get a piece of pipe to go from here to here and from there to there. Oh, we might have to start taking these old pieces apart. Yeah, we're going to have to do that. We need to dismantle this because we're going to reuse those right angle connectors. The T piece, I don't think I have any other use for it at this time. But we'll stash it away. I'm sure it'll be good for something eventually. Okay, so we'll need the caulking. Let's see, is the caulk jammed again? It might be partially jammed, but nowhere near as bad as last time. Yeah, it's okay. And then we'll need that screwdriver so we can use that improperly. We need the measuring apparatus. I can't find the screwdriver so we can use it improperly. Oh, and the hacksaw. Here it is. And a level, you know, all these things. Make sure I keep this door closed. I think I got all the mice out of the garage. Don't need any going back. And that stinking door needs to be oiled so badly. It's so annoying. I hope the rain that comes is like monsoon rain, so we can really give this system a good test. Okay, so this pipe I think is too short to be used for anything in this project, so I'm just going to take this out of here, and if it gets a little bit damaged, then it does. I'll try not to damage it so we can keep it for something else. And here's the cold glue, which we got to get out of there. You don't have to get every last iota of it, but you just need to get the majority of it so that the caulk makes a good seal. Why is this wet? It's bizarre. Oh boy, this one. I must have used a really high temperature one on this. This side seems to be interested in coming off. I'll take this side off. Okay, there's one piece, and we'll separate this while we're doing it because I'm not going to be using it this way anymore. Now we have to get this undone because I don't think I have any more pieces. Let me see. I shouldn't, because I didn't order more than was necessary. Oh, I do have one extra. That was a waste of $3. No, there's a reason why I ordered this, because this is not a waste. If we know we're going to get real heavy storms, what I'm going to do is I'm going to tack on, because I have a bunch of extra pipes, I'm going to tack on to the end of that, and so we'll need this to turn it to the left to send it out by the water. So we could use this for now, and then I'll just have to deal with this later if I can't get it, because I don't want to spend a whole bunch of time playing with this. This is in there really good. It just broke. All right. We'll have to deal with that later. I'm going to have to heat it up or something to get that off of there. That's fine. We'll just use this. So now we can kind of estimate what we need. Tripod placement is very delicate here because it's on a hill. I don't need the tripod tipping over. Okay, so we're going to have this here like this. And then this one goes over here. This is going to need a 45 piece, and this one's going to need 100. Nope, it's going to need 105. Nope, this is wrong too. It's to the edge is 45. Did I say 45? I don't remember. Should have wrote it down. 45 and 105. You might go like 106 or 107 though, because this is. I have to cut this out a little bit more. A lot of rocks here. Yeah, we'll go 107 on this one. Alright, we'll have to take the 45 piece from here. This is actually... This would almost be perfect if it wasn't for this joint here. If I could reseal this joint, then maybe we can just reuse this part. I'm not going to be a fanatic about it, but I do want to use the pipe as efficiently as possible so I don't have to store it. Yeah, this is pretty tight. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get this off. I don't think I'm going to be able to get this off. I have to say, this cold glue did a pretty good job. Oh, wait a minute. It's coming off now. It's very stiff still, but it's coming off. Okay, we got it. Let's see how this fits. If I can cut an inch or two off of this and use this piece, I'd rather do that. Yeah, I think I'm actually going to leave this alone. I don't even need to cut it. I'll just dig this out a touch more so it can go closer to the deck, and it'll be fine. Alright, so now we'll just cut the 45 piece. Make sure I don't have any more scraps anywhere I could potentially take from. Nope, nothing in the front here. Just a plethora of twigs. Holy cow. Why there's so many twigs coming down? That's ludicrous. There's probably 2 trash cans of twigs in the front yard right now. I'm going to check one more place. Let's look under the tarp here. We got a lot of junk over here. Some flower pots and some spare pipes. I do have another piece under there, so we'll cut from this. Cool. Why is this wet? None of this stuff should be wet. Nothing else under here is wet. What the heck? Whatever. At least the pipe is meant to be wet. It can carry water. I don't know why it's... Doesn't matter. It's not important. Okay, so let's cut the 45. I can't believe I still remember that number. Let's cut the 45. Right here. If I should just cut this down a touch and use this. I really would rather it be a one continuous piece, because every break you add is another spot where, you know, leaves can get caught and just problems can occur. There's already so many breaks and turns in this as it is. Okay, this piece is a good fit. Let me see how it compares. If it's like 1 or 2 inches off, I'll just cut it down and use it. It's about a 6-inch difference. I think I'm going to use it because I would rather have it one continuous piece. This is a long-term install. It's going to be there for decades. It needs to be done correctly. Not that the other piece is wrong, but this is better. I'm just going to get a small shovel and we'll dig out a little bit of that stupid door. We're not going to dig out the door. We're going to dig out the side of that curve. Alright, good. Now that can go all the way flat up against the other, up against the wall there. Okay, so now this piece, yeah, let's just use the other piece. So we'll cut this about here. Yeah, we're going to cut off 3 inches out of it. I think this is worth doing. So we'll cut it here. This piece might even be the right length for a little junction piece. Yeah, it is. This piece might not even go to waste. All right, now things get complicated. We got to figure out where this should dump out, and that's going to require some thinking, some analyzing. Okay. So, let me get this piece put in here and then we'll check the levels of all these pipes. I think it's generally pretty good, but it's not really a good enough answer for this. I don't know how we're going to get all this, how we're going to caulk all this and get it in place though. It's going to be difficult. We'll figure that out when the time comes. This looks really nice. Really clean work here. Very happy with the way this is coming out so far. Okay, so where's that level? I'm going to start in the front here and we'll work our way down. Okay, the front is sitting too low, but I can just put another brick here to raise that up pretty easily. Okay, the front's good now. This is going to come up a lot higher than I would have liked it to, but it's just, that's the way it is. Try to make it as low as possible. Alright, that's good like that. Oh no, the level has caulk all over it. Why is that like that? Now I have caulk all over me. Okay, I got the caulk off myself and most of the level. The level will just forever have caulk on it now. It is what it is. You know, really should have just done 245s here instead of this, but and it probably would have worked too. I probably could have cut a straight 45 in there. It don't matter, it'll work. It's just, this is going to be a nightmare to clean out every year, you know, because you get the junk from the leaves come in there and the stringy stuff gets in there, and I got to jet it sometimes, and trying to get the jetter through all these angles is difficult. Alright, this is all still pretty good. Wow, this is very sloped. It could be up as far as that high and still be fine. So if need be, we could, I mean, that's almost at the surface. I really can't raise that up at all. So this is not really correct. That needs to go up another almost half an inch or so. Or this has to go down, which is not reasonable. Alright, I gotta put a little bit of dirt back on the This is almost at the surface now. I want to build it up with mulch. That's a little more than was necessary. Alright, that's pretty good like that. That's good there. Stupid yellow jackets. Now this is going to send a signal, so we gotta bury that before it sends a signal. Hopefully the dirt will block the transmission. Oh great, this is way off over here. Oh, not good. Not good. This is probably a good inch plus off. It has to go deeper over here. That's not good because it makes this more difficult over here. This can't go up much more, only slightly. Oh boy, this might be an issue. I can't raise this other side up because it's not gonna get the water from the second spout over here correctly if it goes up at all. I think I got down deep enough, at least up to here. There's just a lot of residual loose dirt in the bottom. That's actually a little more than is necessary. Keep overshooting all these. Alright, so now we just got to get this dug out a little bit more. Get the pick for that. It's going to have to come out further down, I think. No, that's fine. It is what it is. Can't change it. Can't change the layout of the land. There we go with this stupid squeaky door again. Shut up! Oh gosh, all these annoying noises. Stupid door, stupid bird. That's a stupid squirrel. Yard destroying squirrel. Pretty good sized rock right here. I don't think that's one we're going to get out easily. No, we actually did. It's kind of laying flat right now. We gotta dig out a little bit more. This somewhere here is preventing it from going down further. It might be just right here. It's still pretty much flat. It's not ideal. Okay, I see what it's sitting on now. There's a stinking rock. If I can get that rock out, we might be good. Oh, that's easy enough. Okay, that's pretty good like that. It's going down a little bit. So now if that's like that, what do we have to work with here? This is going up. That's not going to work. Okay, we're good there. Stupid, get away from me. Hate those things. What nerve. Come over and try to tear up the yard while I'm sitting right here. You gotta be kidding me. Okay, this is fine like this. So what's not fine is that it really can't come out until the very, very end. Doesn't come to the ground until the end. Don't come to the surface. So, that's not great. That is not great at all. Okay, I have exceeded my kneeling quota for the day. I need to get that little bucket or something. Okay, so this, here's another stupid yellow jacket. I'm gonna have to shoe it. Oh, 2 for 2 today. Those things are awful. Stupid. Oh, it's still there. Those are nasty things. I gotta bury it before it sends a signal. Okay, we can raise this up about that much, which is not very much at all. That's too much. That's just a slight tilt still. It's no good over here though. So we can't go that much. It's a little too much. Now shut up! Stupid. Go squawk somewhere else. I'm trying to work here. I think that's all we can do is this. So, of course, the wire goes like that. Perfect. Well, we might just have to. Oh man, I really don't want it eroding over the wire like that because it might wash the soil away over time. Well, the other option is we dig some of this out. I'll put some plastic film down because that's good for the environment, and then I'll put a bunch of stones on top of it, and then the water will have to disperse, you know, past where the plastic stops. I could do that. I don't particularly like that idea. It's adding complication, but if that's how it's got to be, then that's how it's got to be. This kind of stinks. It's not working out very well. Oh look, see that right there? There's a squirrel hole right next to the wire. Let's see if this will fit on there. This might not fit on there because it's, oh, it does fit on there, okay. So we'd have to do something like that. I'm not thrilled with it, but we don't really have a choice. We're kind of stuck with it. Because we can't, we're bound to the levelness of the pipe. I can't do anything about it. Well, that's the way it's going to have to be. Actually, what I could potentially do, no, that wouldn't look quite right either. I'm not going to build the landscaping up that much to the point where I can bury it. I mean, what I could do is I could put like a raised bed type thing there, kind of similar to what's in the front, to make it level, but I think that's a bit much over a stinking drain pipe situation. I could also maybe get a nicer one of these and put this like that, and that could be like the end of the landscaping. I get like a stone or a concrete one of those. Maybe I'll do that. Because the landscaping is going to come out to, it should be a straight line, so it's going to come out to about here. So, that would actually bring us pretty much to the end of the landscaping. And this could be left up like that. So I like to see it pouring out, just some of those psychotic things. So I kind of don't want it laying flat on the ground like that. Now, if I put some kind of bricks or something there, oh my gosh, for heaven's sakes. I can't even hear myself think with those stupid squawking birds. Well, I think that we might have to do something a little more elaborate with the landscaping to kind of correct this cosmetically. There's certainly ways to fix it. I think maybe putting some bricks and then leveling it out might be the answer. Only problem is I have the dirt now. I'm not going to have it in the spring when I want to do this. Well, I guess that'll be a more of a long-term kind of figure it out later situation. I wish I could just run it all the way back to the water, but I don't want to dig that much around the tree and disturb the roots. I just don't think that's a good idea. You know, what would be kind of neat is if we could somehow connect the driveway drain into that. I'm not sure how the slope compares though. If it's to get it deep enough over here, I don't know if it's an option or not. Well, at the end of the day, all this stuff here is kind of inconsequential at the end to the rest of the design. Because you know it has to come out there, there's no other option. So, for now, it's just going to be like this, I guess. And we'll think about how to fix that cosmetically when I put the landscaping in. I don't see why we couldn't just raise it up a couple inches. If we put some bricks here, and, you know, tall bricks, and put some mulch, I think we could probably make it work. Yeah, we'll figure something out. Okay, well, I guess now it's time to caulk everything together. I'm trying to think of what the best way to do that is, because it's almost like we have to put it together outside and then put it in. Well, maybe we'll start piece by piece. Put this together. No, this is totally falling apart now. I'm going to make sure this is aligned correctly. Okay, it goes like this. Definitely don't want to glue in all that dirt. The heck. Check 15 times, glue twice. have no idea what that was. I'm gonna have to just put this in place, I think, let it dry in place, because it won't get strong until it's dried, and it's gonna keep turning like it is now. It's a good fit, we just gotta balance everything up here so that it dries correctly in the right place. Okay, that looks pretty good. Alright, so let that dry. I think it said it dries in a half an hour. See if I can confirm that. $30 to go wet. Okay, so let it sit for half an hour. Let me grab some other parts. I'll do this crazy piece by the front here, which I really should have just done as a 45. Not completely sure that a 45 would have cleared it. I think it might have come very close if it didn't. But it don't matter. This is the way we did it. It'll work. This might have to get done in place. It's going to start getting harder and harder to glue these things together as we go, because I'm not going to be able to be working on the table anymore. Go figure, that one doesn't have enough guac. Some of these really fit quite loose. That's why I'm doing it this way. Okay, I'll let that dry for a little while. Put it into the sun, maybe heat it up. Now I'm gonna grab the long piece and see what we can do with that. Oh, I can do this one too. This is a simple connection. This is the one that goes up to the downspout. I could really do this at any time, but I guess I'll do it now while we're waiting for stuff to dry. So this one was glued, cold glued in place. And I think I'd like to uncold glue it and caulk it instead because it's a little bit of a better connection. Let's see if I can get this to come apart. Boy, this is pretty stiff on here. You know, reality have it, this is probably never going to leak. I think I might just leave it, especially if we put it so the water goes this way. This is going into that pipe. I really don't think it's going to be a problem. Yeah, it's still very well sealed. I think we're going to leave this alone. I don't see a reason to mess with it. This end piece is breaking free though. We'll redo this part. Yeah, I really think that the cold glue makes a better seal than people are giving it credit. Alright, so we'll put this on this end this time. Should we put this on before or after? We should put it on after. There's no advantage to trying to put it on now. This other one's already starting to dry. Should we do anything else yet? I'm trying to think of how I'm going to get the final pieces in here. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy at all. I think we'll do the longest piece first. And then we'll do the back side of the downspout here, that connection. And then we'll finish it with the piece that's going to dump off. Alright, I think I'm going to take a break for a few minutes, let everything dry, all these pieces dry, and then we'll come back and put everything together. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll take a quick break, maybe give it 15-20 minutes to dry, and then we'll keep going. I think I'm going to start assembling it on this side. Well, the pipe is kind of warped from sitting in the sun. That's nice. These pieces are solid now, they're dried. So then I gotta remember which way this went, or maybe it doesn't matter, it's almost symmetrical. Oh, is this gonna fit? Oh, shoot. Okay. That was close, it almost didn't fit. Okay, I'm going to attach this side first. I'm going to apply the caulking prior to, I'll put it on both sides before I go in there, and it shouldn't be difficult to just stick it in place, I don't think. Ouch. Okay, that looks pretty good there. And we'll just have to remember to prop this up as much as is required to get a little bit of tilt on there. And then over here we'll have that little flexible thing. And then when we're done, if I have any caulk left, we're going to caulk up all these pieces that are coming apart here on the foundation. I put spray foam in there before I knew what the correct way to fix it was, and I need to take that off. But anyways, live and learn. We'll need to get a small press, like one that way and one this way to give us that weird angle. And I'll get a small piece to put on there. This one we don't have to worry about caulking because it's Gravity will take all the water into the right spot. Let's see here. I think we can use this piece, which was from, was it from the other piece I cut earlier in the video that I thought would be the right length for a junction. This might not be long enough though. This doesn't fit in there. This only fits in an end piece. Huh. Okay. So I have to go back to the other Home Depot and get a longer piece of this. For the interim, until I do that, we can just raise this up like this. Maybe we shouldn't do that. How can we fix this? I mean, if it starts to rain, I'll just have to push it up, but I don't want it to throw this off in terms of the alignment over here, because it's going to dry on an angle. We don't want that. Yeah, that's no good. No, that's not good at all. We got to set it in stone now so it can dry correctly. So that's actually a pretty good angle right there. It's keeping it low enough it can still be buried most of the way, but it's got a slight angle. Alright, no problem. We'll take care of that later. We'll go to the other Home Depot, maybe tonight. And, oh, wait a minute. Huh. I did the same thing over here, so what we're going to have to get, we're going to have to get a different piece. We have to get a joining piece and not, okay, that's fine. We'll get 2 junction pieces. I should probably just order them on the computer again. No, that's fine. I have to go out to the store tonight anyways. I gotta get some food. Don't have any food left in the house. Alright. You know what I might do, which would look a little better? We'll raise this up, put a junction piece, and then take this secondary piece off. It's only a few inches. Alright, no problem. We got that. We'll get it taken care of. Let's make sure this is still kind of generally going in the right direction. Yep, that is. Alright, and here's where things are going to start getting tricky, because I got to think about what the right order to do this is. If we put that piece on there and then put the Y junction on here, I guess we could put the Y junction afterwards. Alright, let's go for it. Let's put this one on next. Oh no, I think we might run out of caulk. this is ludicrous. Just putting it on this side because this is the side that's going to get covered by landscaping. Wow, this is ridiculous. Oh, can't believe how dry that is. Looking pretty good so far. All right, now here's where things are going to get a little complex. So I think what we'll do is we'll put... These are killing me now. I can't keep doing this. I gotta use the bucket. Oh, ow. I think we'll put, that's a lot better. We'll put this, this will go on afterwards. This has been sealed up to that point. I really hope we don't run out of caulk. I think that we're going to, though. Seems a little bit loose here. Yeah. wondering if we should add some more caulk. Yeah, I'm going to. Stupid gravity. It's working. There we go, that feels better. Now we'll have to fill in all the, under here with dirt and whatever to level it out, but that's about where it needs to go. It could go back a little more, I think. Yeah, that's good enough. All right, I think that was going to be the hardest part. Ow. Okay, that's lining pretty good. Yeah, we'll just have to get two connectors, and the pipe, the flexible pipe will fit into the connectors. All right, now things are going to continue to get tricky here. Actually, this might be the most difficult connector because it's the angle is going to be weird in this. All right, I think I'm going to put this piece on first, and then I'll try to slip this longer piece into it afterwards. I like this pipe better. It's a much better connection. I wish everything was done in that pipe, but I'm not going to waste the pipe I have on hand. We're out of caulk. Well, oh no. Let's see if I have any others. I think I have still this. Was this the one I used in the bathroom? Oh man, this stinks. This is not the time for it to run out. I have kitchen and bath. Is this indoor outdoor? I don't think it is. 100% waterproof though. This one, oops, that's the one for the kitchen. This one, I have no idea what that one is for. I'm gonna have to use this one. It's 100% waterproof silicone. What's the cure time on this? Water exposure 30 minutes. Cure time 7 days. Oh, we don't have that. We ain't got no 7 days. And here's the plastic. We're gonna have to use this. There's not much left of that either. Hopefully it'll be enough to get through the project. This one's clogged up too. Oh boy, this clog is very deep on this. I can't get this to come out. This is not good. This is not good at all. I can get fresh caulk to come out from the top of the nail here, but the blockage, it's like it's too big for it to get it out. Yeah, I see what the problem is now. I'm not sure I can fix the problem, but I see what the problem is. Oh man, this is really not good. I can't get this to work. This is totally jammed still. Oh no. I've cleared about 1/2 inch of dried up caulk from the edge of the spout. but it's still blocked. Oh, I got it. Okay, good. Okay, that was potentially a problem. There's a stupid squirrel. Get out of here, dumb jerk. Ruining my yard. One hole at a time. Whoa. All these rocks here is dangerous. Okay, this one's partially caulked. This is still partially jammed. I think it's not coming out very well. This is really not good. Jeez, I can barely get this to come out. I guess we only have to really caulk one more. We just have to get this stupid caulk to work one more time. It's gonna be a challenge. It is coming out, it's just very, very slow. It's probably partially clogged still. That's fine, it can be as clogged as it wants, just get me through the project. Alright, so what I'm going to have to do here is I'll put this in on this side first. And then I'll have to get this in there. It's going to be a tighter fit because it fits better. Everything looks good. Okay, let's check all the levelness. It shouldn't be settling, so everything should be fine over here still, but we'll have to check it. Okay, that's good. Good there. Okay, that's good there. That's good there. That's very good there. It's good there. This is the only part I'm concerned about. It'll work. There's not a lot of pitch, but there's just enough that the water will flow. Alright, we're good. And this part is just whatever the heck it is. Okay. Yeah, I think we're pretty much good here. It is slanted down on all accounts. So that's really all that matters. Now, I guess we're technically not quite ready for rain yet because we still need those connectors. I will go to store tonight and get those connectors. So this can go up a little bit more actually. It could go up about that much. Get off of there. What the heck? Give me the pipe back. Stupid. Give me the pipe. That is actually a 3-inch 4-to-3 reducer piece. Oh, I see why we had to use that, because this is the input side. So what's supposed to happen is a piece of pipe goes into that. Like this, for instance. Now, ironically, that will work for now. That brings it up too much. That's as much as we can put it up like that. Alright, well, it is what it is. Well, we could do that, and I can still see it from inside. That's backwards. It's not supposed to be that way, but I don't really care. I guess I can still see it coming out like that. Alright, so that'll be it for now. That's how we'll set it up for the moment. Alright, let's survey the work. That should be straight. I'll fix it in a minute. Just lean something up against there to keep it straight as it dries. Put a little rock or something in there. Good. All right, so now we're gonna let everything sit to dry, and then we'll do a leak test tonight. Give it a couple hours, or if it's not going to rain tomorrow, maybe I'll just give it until tomorrow, and then tomorrow we can check it in the morning, make sure everything's copacetic with it. If everything's copacetic with it, then we can put the dirt back. Yeah, that might make the most sense. Let's call the weather forecast and see what the forecast is going to be for the rain. I think it wasn't supposed to come until Sunday. Ah! There's a chipmunk just ran out from behind the door here. I wish that was on video. That was kind of funny.
Forecast. Cloudy this evening, then becoming mostly cloudy. Lows in the mid-40s. South winds around 5 miles per hour. Saturday, partly sunny. A slight chance of rain in the afternoon. Highs in the mid-60s. East winds 5 to 10 miles per hour. Chance of rain 20%. Saturday night, mostly cloudy with a 50% chance of rain.
That's useless.
Lows in the lower 50s. East winds 10 to 15 miles per hour. Sunday, mostly cloudy. A chance of rain in the morning, then rain likely in the afternoon. Highs in the lower 60s. Northeast winds 15 to 20 miles per hour with gusts up to 35 miles per hour. Chance of rain 60%. Sunday night, rain likely. Lows in the lower 50s. Northeast winds 15 to 20 miles per hour with gusts up to 35 miles per hour.
That's a lot.
Chance of rain 70%. Columbus Day, rain likely. Breezy with highs in the upper 50s. Chance of rain 70%. For the New York City metropolitan area. Here is the extended forecast. Monday night, rain likely in the evening, then showers likely after midnight. Lows around 50. chance of rain 70%. Tuesday, mostly cloudy. Showers likely, mainly in the morning. Highs in the lower 60s.
The what?
Chance of rain 60%. Tuesday night, mostly cloudy. A chance of showers in the evening. Lows in the upper 40s. Chance of rain 40%. Wednesday, mostly sunny. Highs in the mid-60s. Wednesday night, mostly cloudy with a 30% chance of showers. Lows in the mid-40s. Thursday, mostly sunny. Highs in the upper 50s.
Okay, so we have tomorrow morning potentially, and then it's going to rain. Okay. I really would like to get the dirt put in before it rains, because that's just going to make a mess, both inside the buckets and in the yard here. I don't want to leak test it now because my concern is that if I run the water through there, then everything becomes damp, and then the caulk's not going to dry. I wonder if I could connect one of those little fans, those little heater blower fans. I got 2 of those out of the trash this year. I wonder if I could connect one of those to the end of the pipe to try to dry it out faster. Did that thing say how cold it was going to get tonight? I don't even remember. I don't mind doing it at night, as long as it's not super cold. Hello? Why isn't this working? Did the National Weather Service just break? Let's try a different one. Yeah, I guess the National Weather Service just broke.
Good afternoon. Today is Friday, October 10th.
You've reached the Weatherline Forecast Line, a service of 69 News. Your life, your world, your news.
The time is 5:08. Current temperature, 60 degrees.
School attendance is a key indicator to higher graduation rates. Join your United Way in supporting
Don't tell me
school
what to
every
do.
day for a stronger Lehigh Valley. Your evening outlook is brought to you by United Way.
Hope you had a great Friday after the FMC meteorologist
This
Dan
is going way
Skelton.
too
Well,
fast.
heading into the weekend, we're going to get some wet weather. It's a cloudier and unsettled weekend. Coastal storm develops. The worst will stay down the coast and off the coast, but we will be impacted. Not tonight, though. Skies partly, and then eventually mostly cloudy later tonight. Temperatures not as cold as last night. No frost or freeze concerns. Low to mid-40s. Mid to upper
That's cold.
60s on a mostly cloudy Saturday. A few scattered showers develop. I don't think it's anything heavy, especially in the afternoon and evening. And some scattered or occasional showers Saturday night. And then Sunday, Monday, cloudy on the blustery side. It'll be cool, lower 60s. Now, it's not going to rain the whole time, but there'll be some rounds of showers or rounds of rain Saturday night through Monday. On again, off again stuff. Could be a ½ inch to 1.5 inches of rain for much of our area. Higher amounts of that closer to the coast where wind, tidal flooding, and beach erosion will be a concern too. Back to some sunshine.
Thanks for calling the Weatherline Forecast Service. Brought to you by the AccuWeather channel.
Okay, so it's going to get kind of cold tonight. I wonder if I should just put it back. You know, realistically, if there's a small leak somewhere, am I really going to tear the whole system apart to fix it? Probably not. That was a lot of work. I like that project though. I like this kind of work. I'm very conflicted on what to do here. It would be nice to run the water through and see that it doesn't leak, but that is going to mean I'm going to have to do this in the cold. I think it's probably okay. This is such a great telephone. I think it's probably fine. Yeah, I put a lot of caulk in there. It makes a good seal. This is all starting to harden up now. I really think it's probably fine. I just really want to see it not work. I mean, not leak. I want to see it not work. That's a stupid thing. I want to see it not leak. So, I think I'm going to wait. At least it's not windy today. If it was windy, then trying to do it tonight would not be fun, but it's not windy, so I think it's okay. Well, I'll start putting this stuff away. I'll put this caulk away. You know, I think maybe I'll use this caulk to... Does this say that it would stick to concrete? I don't know why this keeps happening. Maybe a vintage one probably wouldn't do that. Adheres to... granite, cultured marble, ceramic and porcelain tile, natural stone, which is not what the foundation is. It doesn't say concrete, so we probably shouldn't use it for concrete. I mean, chances are it would keep the water out, but probably something better to seal that up with. Well, let's see. I'm going to try it. Can't be worse than it is now. Should have brought the camera over here. I should probably reseal a lot of the cracks and then repaint it. which that can be done over the next couple of weeks. It just has to get done before it's going to freeze, because what happens is the water gets in there and then it freezes and pushes it apart. That's why it starts in the first place. Alright, that's good enough for now. Okay, well, I'm generally pretty happy with the way this came out so far. I think I'm going to leaf blow the driveway now, just to get some of the leaves off of there, because if it rains, the leaves just clog the drain and then all the water goes in the garage. What are some things I gotta take out of the car too? Maybe I'll do that now, because then when I go to the store, this stuff won't all be in there. I've seen no new mouse droppings since I caught that one mouse. So I think we're good on the mice front in here. So we'll go ahead and clean everything up again. Clean up all the droppings, and then I'll keep a trap or two set just in case something comes back again. But I really think that the mouse only came in because I had left the door open. With all of the sealing that was done in here from the Baths Freak Show, I really can't imagine that mice are going to come in there in any way. I suppose it's not inconceivable, but I think it's highly unlikely. Oh, you know what else I should do when I'm at the store? I should get weather stripping for the living room doors, because the weather stripping on those doors is pretty bad. We'll come in here later and clean all this up. I'm just going to do a tool dump for now. Where is the... Oh, the trash can needs a new thing put in there. Needs a new pellet bag put in here. I'll go get one. It's already getting kind of cold out here. Got two cucumbers I should pick. It's down to 58 out. It's getting cool. Yeah, this whole thing looks so much better now, not having that exposed on either side. These little vintage trash cans are a near perfect size for the pellet bags. That works great. Good for the environment. Yeah, lots of stuff to cancel out up here. This is very unusual. Did I just cancel out something that I needed? No. Okay, now there's some things that need to be canceled out outside. Stupid door. I gotta oil this door. Whoa. Cancel out these wood scraps. And then we're going to cancel out all this hot glue stuff. It worked well for several years. Alright, so we got a bunch of pieces left here. Okay, that's everything that we needed to cancel out. I'm going to put the cancel out bin back inside. I prefer not to. Shut up. I prefer not to do the arrays until it gets dark out. Less nutty people on the road and everything. I think all these stores are open until at least 8 o'clock. I know the OKWill is open until 8 o'clock. And I think the food market is open until 9, and then the Home Depot, I'm pretty sure, is open until 10 during the weekdays. So, we got time. What is it now?
Friday, 5:22 p.m.
Sunset's probably like 6:15, 6:20 tonight. I guess I'll just keep those rocks until the spring. So I gotta rethink how I'm gonna do that cosmetically, because the whole thing's kind of changed now from what I originally had thought, due to the way the output of the pipe is, where the location is. That was not where I wanted it to be. But we had no options. Now get rid of all that wiring, made the yard look so much nicer too. Both of those things, the wires and all these extraneous pipes everywhere. Well, they weren't extraneous, but pipes exposed that shouldn't be exposed. Such an eyesore. I'm going to cancel this out into the blue bin. Got the dew on it last night. It feels kind of weird. I don't think it'd be strong anymore. Yeah, I suppose over the winter time too, I could just leave that pipe hooked up going across the yard, because I'm not in the yard. I guess I'll go cancel out this mullein plant. Just make sure we get a good picture just before I cancel it out. Can't even get the whole thing in the frame. That's next to it. I think those are 8 or 10 foot pipes. 10 feet, I think. That's pretty big. Definitely the biggest one I've ever seen. Look at the look at the root system. Even is pretty substantial. I'll go put this in the compost pile. Cancel it out. I'd say we could do a leaf cleanup before I go to the store, but I got nothing to put the leaves in. All the trash cans are in use. Okay, mullen's been canceled out. Here's what we're left with for now. There's one piece left that I can put away. I have to make sure I really clean up all these rocks afterwards, because it would cause a lot of problems if I was getting the lawnmower. Not that the grass is growing anymore because it doesn't rain anymore, but at some point it might rain again. The heck is this? Oh, the levels informations fell off. And there's our tripod kick for the video. Alright, I think I am going to get this stuff out of the car. Maybe I'll do a little bit of cleanup here in the garage. And then we'll go to the store once it starts to get dark. Oh, wait a minute. That trap. Oh man, this trap was cleaned off. There's a second mouse. I thought we were done with this nonsense. Maybe it is getting in from the outside somewhere. Okay, we're gonna have to set the traps again then. Rats. I'm getting tired of this nonsense. It's always something. Oh, I'll take the mice over to bats any day. That bats thing was a flippin' joke. One last blueberry for the year. Focus on the berry. Okay, let's get this stuff from yesterday out of the car and then we'll go to the store. This is what I got to OKWill yesterday. I was not going to be cooking outside on the grill no more for another couple of months. Quite a few months. So we'll try that instead. See if that works any good. I feel like it might because it looks like it's been used a lot. And then the Home Depot, I got this. And I also got this. This is part of what we needed for the gutters. We'll get the other part today, which I didn't even realize it was. And then I got a set of these. See if they're the same. These are about half the price that they were last year, which is interesting. Those are the ones that we use on the living room tree. And I got this also at the OKWill, the Eastern Straighten Out Cold Pot to warm up water, because when my grandmother comes over, she likes to eat tea, and there's always a freak show with the warming up the water for the tea, so maybe that'll make that a little bit easier. And then I got this at the OKWill for the garage here. But this would be nice to have over here. Because I don't want to put any real plants in here, but something like that will be nice in here. So once there's not mice anymore, then I'll put that over there. Okay. So that there, leave that there. I got the top shut because it was too cold to have it open anymore. It's stocking anymore. Cancel out that document. Close this up. I opened this to let the heat in the room, and it really gives quite a few degrees. It gives quite a few degrees of heat. We got to do a couple other winterization tasks in the garage. We need to block up that fan because that lets in a lot of cold air, and then we have to finish sealing this up. I want to replace that with a sheet of glass on the side so we can see out, and do something better on the top. I think tonight what I might do is I'll set up some lights outside. We're going to check that hole there. We'll check by the vehicle door and see if there's any gaps. I like to put a light outside and then come inside when it's dark and see if you can see any light. I don't know where the mice are coming in. If it was just the one, I would say it came in when I had door open, but I mean, could two have come in when I had door open? Yeah, that's conceivable, but I don't know. So we'll see. Well, anyways, let's go to the store now so I can get the materials we need to finish this gutters project. able to take pictures. I was able to take pictures last time, but I had gone during a fairly busy time of the day, so I could kind of be discreet. Now I'm going when there's hardly nobody else in the store, so I don't know if I'm going to get away with it this time, but I'll give it a shot. I'm curious to see if the stock and the prices are the same between the two stores. I would expect them to be, but you never know. Okay, I just got done at the Home Depot. As you saw, I was able to film a lot. I was filming all over the store and nobody said anything. So I don't know, maybe they've given up on their no filming policy. I don't know how the heck you'd enforce that in this day and age anyways. I got the two pieces that we need. We got $4 a piece, which is a bit much because they're probably making these for 5 or 10 cents a piece in China. Sometimes this kind of stuff is made in the USA though. It doesn't say. Whatever. Alright, let's go home. It's not too bad out. It's only 57, so you should be able to do this. Kidding, they relamped it. Wow. There's 5 high pressure sodium streetlights on this bridge, and one of the bulbs had gone out a couple weeks ago. I didn't bother calling it in because I figured a call about them would just trigger replacement, but it looks like all the bulbs have been replaced. They're all the same brightness and same color now. Huh, that's interesting. That's shocking to me. I mean, it's great, fantastic, but I was not expecting that. There's stinking copyright music. I can't believe those got replaced. I wonder if that bridge is not managed by the utility company. All the streetlights, most of the streetlights in this state, are operated by the utility company, except for those on state roads. I think some of the ones on state roads, I'm not even sure that's accurate. I think some of the state highways might be an exception, but for the most part, the utility company owns and operates the streetlights. So maybe that bridge is considered a different territory for the streetlights. Either way, that is very interesting. cell got replaced. what's nice about those old fixtures is if something breaks, you just put a couple parts in there and you're good to go again. This bridge up here used to have high pressure sodium, but then it got canceled out. It broke, or most likely when the bolt was burned out. I'm sure the fixture probably was still fine. And curiously, this got replaced with 2 DEO fixtures that used to be just 1. It's actually not bad at all in terms of the temperature, especially considering how cold it was last night. Well, that stinks. Worse than a skunk. I didn't push record. And now the streetlight startup didn't get filmed. The putting on one of these pieces didn't get filmed. Dang it. That really stinks. At least I noticed. I can't believe all that wasn't filmed. Well, it wasn't all that much time really, but enough that it stinks. All right, so here's the front part. And what we need is just a short piece to bring up the pipe so that we can connect this and this like that, and then the piece will fit into there. So here's the piece, and it just needs to go up just enough to fit that in there. And I think that this will be all the height that we need. Just a little bit. Yeah, that's good right there. This side's already been caulked, so stick that in there. Very good. And then we'll have to put the caulk in here. Maybe this will use up the rest of it. Actually, this part doesn't really need to be caulked because this is going to be gravity correct But since I've already started, we'll just put a thin layer on there. Now, this will go on here like so. Actually, maybe I'll start from the bottom instead. Alright, there's the connection. Now I gotta take it back off so we can test it. Okay, I think we're ready to test. Let's go ahead and get out a garden the hose. I almost shut off the water faucets last night because it went down to 34, but I didn't because I knew we were going to need them today. Hoses are kind of stiff, and they come pain to put it back because it only gets worse as you run cold water through it. And the streets are getting cold now, so the water starts to get colder. Okay. Bring this around to the front. I don't really care if the water spills all over the yard because the yard could really need that. Could really use the water anyways. I'm not going to bother to put a nozzle on here. Oh man, this is a kinked up disaster right now. Ouch. Here's the water faucet. I like having these things on the hose. Makes it real easy to put on nice and tight. I just caused a minor freak show over here. Oh, for heaven's sakes. I think I broke every single light over here with the hose. too bad these lights are so bad. They look nice. Okay, we're ready to start the test. Heavy rain. Look at all these street lights. This is great. It's so nicely illuminated back here. Look at this. It's like daylight. So practical when it comes to working outside in the fall. Doing leaf cleanups and stuff. Indispensable. Alright, so now we're going to go and check for leaks. Should be very obvious if it's leaking anywhere because the ground is so dry. You would see the water pooling if there was any significant leak. Like that. Great. So there's one significant leak. Great. Well, 1 out of 15 or whatever connections there are. That's not too bad. I should be able to take this off fairly easily. It looks like it's going to be this connection. Yeah, it's this connection here. Yeah, I can feel it dripping right out. That's not gonna work. Okay. So that's an issue right there. Fix that. Let's try the other part, see how bad that one is. It just needs more silicone there, that's all. Everything looks good here. Pretty sure all this moisture here is just from when I splashed the hose in there. That's not much. Oh, this looks pretty good over here. Alright, so it's just one connection that's no good. See if we can patch that up now. We'll get some ticker towels and see if we can dry the pipe off and patch it right now. All things considered, if it has to leak somewhere, this is probably the easiest spot to take it apart and fix. It's not loose by any means. All right. Well, I just need to dry this all out. There is silicone in there, and I guess it wasn't enough. This I can prop up a little bit in the time being as I work. There's a pretty decent bead of silicone in there. I'm surprised that this is the problem. can't really get it on top of the connector, so I'll have to put it on the pipe here itself for the top. Oh no, it just ran out. You gotta be kidding. It just ran out. Well, I guess that's all the silicone is going to get. It's mostly done. I gotta get something else to put around there. I think I have one other one. I'm not going to open a whole new one for this. That's kind of goofy, but gotta see if I have something. No, this was the other open one I was thinking of. Rats. Is there a way that I can, like, cut the top off of this and get the rest of it out? I feel like I should be able to do that. I'm going to cut the top of this off. Because it doesn't get out everything that's in the tube. Ouch. Okay, I've cut off the top. Now, I might be able to take that nail, which I've been using, and see if I can get the rest of this out. It's too small. I need a screw that's like just the right size. That's too small also. That's too big. That was good in concept, but didn't work. What the heck am I going to do? I got it. That's something that will kind of work. Hopefully there's enough in here that I can get out that will solve this problem. I'm using this to push the rest of it out. We don't need much more. We just need to get the top of this coated. Nearly perfect operation right there. Yep, it lines up. Alright, stick all this in there. And that is not going to leak. If it leaks, it can go fart in a bag and get sprayed by a skunk and then get canceled out. Okay, now I gotta clean this up because I need this But it worked. I just used this to push the rest of what was in there out. Sometimes you got to be clever like that and use your resources to solve weird problems like this. I wonder if we should just bury it now, because I don't really have a way to check it anymore because the ground is already wet. So if I, if I come back and put the hose in there in a half an hour when it's dry, well, the ground's still already wet, so I'm not going to be able to tell, I don't think. Alright, I've got this pin all cleaned up. Perfect. I suppose we could have pushed the rest out the top of the other one too. I don't know if it's dried up yet or not, but that's fine, we don't need it. We got it. Alright, cool. Near catastrophe averted. All right. I suppose if I feel it underneath there, I'll be able to tell if it's leaking or not. Yeah, I'm going to check it because it's going to bother me if I don't know if it's leaking or not. I guess we could start filling in the rest of the parts though, because we know that the rest of it seems to be pretty good. I didn't notice any problems over here. Unfortunately, I kind of was a little sloppy with the hose and made a bit of a mess when I was starting. So I can't really tell if this is leaking here or not. Well, I'm going to start to cover some of this up because we know that like over here, for instance, there's nothing wrong over here, so let's cover this area. I really just want to get rid of these dirt piles off the ground before it rains. If it rains and the dirt's still in the buckets, I can just cover the buckets, or I can bring them in the garage so they don't turn into a mess. The piles of dirt, there's not much I can do about that if it rains. Plus I want to take the leaf blower and blow off the remnants before it rains, because then it'll come off pretty clean, just because it's so dry. Getting kind of hungry. Maybe I'll take a break to get something to eat. I wanted to do a phone video tonight as well. I try to save some of these rocks. They're nice to use for different things around the yard. I think rocks are a very beautiful resource to use. Nice cosmetics. They're free. They're durable. They last. It's not like mulch. We got to keep redoing it every year. Rocks are a great ground cover. I'm not worried about getting the real small ones, just the kind of medium-sized ones like these. We need the rake. And we can just rake this over into the trench. Look at the stinking dust. There's our tripod kick for this segment. Alright, that's most of the dirt piles taken care of. Tomorrow morning I'll blow it off. Grab up any of the extra rocks I see. I want to put too much over here just in case it happens to still be leaking somehow and I have to pull it up again. I think that's most of the rocks out of the grass. We'll be able to tell better in the morning. Still picking up a few here and there. Probably just have to rake the whole thing. Yeah, they're gonna keep coming out. All this stuff I'm raking up, I think I'm just going to cancel out on the compost. It's all grass, it's not good filler. It's going to compact. When I blow it off, we'll be able to find the rest of the rocks. It's hard to compact this because it's so dry. It's like nothing's happening. It's ludicrous. Alright, I think I'm going to take a break for dinner. And then we'll come back out. We'll check for leaks. If there's no leaks, I'm going to fill in over here because this has got to be positioned in a certain way. And then we'll connect everything up in case it rains. And I think we'll call it at that. Okay, we're back. Let's see if this is leaking now. I can't imagine it's leaking anymore after all that silicone I put in there. Now it's getting a little cold out. Okay, water's turned on. And I hear it coming towards the end now. And there it comes. It's a very weak flow. There must be a kink in the hose somewhere. Yep, there is. Typical. Well, that's fine. As long as there's some water going through there, we'll be able to tell. It's dry. I think we're good. All right, now we got full throttle going through there. Let that go for a minute, make sure it doesn't leak. Okay, let's check it again. Nope, it's dry. Okay, so this problem has been solved. I'll turn this water off. And we'll call that whole part good for now. We'll check the other part. If the other part's good, we'll fill in the dirt around it to keep it in place. We'll connect the downspouts. And that'll be it for tonight. Because it's getting late and it's getting cold. Or rather, I should say it's getting tired. I'm not too late yet. Oh, the dust out here. I am so dusty. Everything's like the tools are all dusty. I had dust in my mouth. It's so dry. can't tell if this connection on the end is dripping a little bit or not. It doesn't really matter. We can still reach that once we bury everything else. If we need to fix it, we can. Okay, so that's good there. Let's go back over to here and check this out. Sounds like we've got a lot of rain coming, so hopefully we'll get a good test of the system. Dry under there, and dry under there. So that's not leaking, as far as I can tell. What the heck is wrong with this water hose? That's weird. Yeah, it seems to be working good. A lot of flow coming out here as much as going in. Alright. Very good. I'll go turn that off. Alright, so I just want to pack all the dirt in around here because this needs to stay kind of the way it is here. Got a lot of rocks holding it up. I want to kind of fill in the dirt all around it. We'll leave some of the rocks there. That's pretty much straight. I didn't carefully pack the rest of it in because there's never going to be weight on top of this. It's just going to be under landscaped area. So I'm not worried about, you know, the pipe being supported on the bottom and, you know, making sure everything's packed down on the bottom. It just doesn't matter. I'm only doing it here because it goes up at a funny angle like this. Hopefully this is getting nice and solid. That's what I wanted. I don't know why this dirt is kind of wet. It's compacting nicely. It's the way I wanted it. I don't know why this is and the rest of it's not, though. It's kind of weird. I don't think we're gonna have any dirt left over. We've already used 1, 2, 3, 5 buckets in this one little spot. Plus those 2 mounds that were on the ground. It always takes a lot more dirt to fill than you take out. I don't know why, it doesn't make any sense. So we'll raise this up a little bit here, just because the pipe is very close to the surface. But we got to make sure we grade it such that the water, you know, still flows away from the house. It's got to be pitched correctly. So we got to put a little more in the back there because it's not higher in the back. It needs to be higher in the back. That's pretty good. It's nice and sturdy. Still be delicate with it, but it's not bad. For heaven's sakes. Just very tight fit there. Okay. All right, that's a pretty good, clean looking connection. I'm happy with that. Pipe come out of the ground pretty straight. It looks pretty good. I'm very particular about the way work looks. You know, same thing with wiring, electrical stuff. If you put it together and it looks nice, you can tell somebody cared about the job. It wasn't just a lousy throw together. Same thing with this. You know, we pay attention to the details and make it look nice and looks like someone actually cared about the job. And it wasn't just blasted together to say it's finished. Bad work ethic. Alright, that's good there. I want the snips to stay out overnight. It might get the rusty. No, I'm not going to get to cleaning up the garage today. I don't have to wait until tomorrow. That's fine. It's not time sensitive. This activity was time sensitive. Stupid moon is out again tonight. Hate that thing. Okay, so we've used all the buckets. Let's dump the wheelbarrow out so I can put that away. I don't want that filling up with rainwater. This is going to look so much nicer now. I'm bothered by the way this looks for a while. what I'll need to do for the landscaping is we'll have to put an edge in a couple inches before the pipe. So I'll probably put the edge in like right here. And then it'll just be mulch and whatever dirt's here over the pipe. I knew this was going to be heavy. I didn't think it was going to be this heavy. Wow. I can't even move this. I don't think we're going to have any dirt left over at all. That's disappointing. I was hoping to have some left to level out some spots by the water, but I guess not so. It doesn't really matter how level this is because it's going to get covered in mulch anyways. Alright, that's good for here. We'll move into the front part of it now. And then we'll be done. Nice. The neighbors must think I'm so ridiculous. It's after midnight and I'm just out here doing yard work like it's normal. The reality is I'll get it done in half the time right now than I would during the day because I work better at night. The heck was that? You do have to be aware of the wildlife at this hour. We have all sorts of stuff around here. Bears, bobcats, skunk, coyote, fox, kind of like a fox. I guess it doesn't really work. Do something about those rocks later. I'm not worried about those for now. And I don't know how we're going to end this over here. I got to think about that. It's a little more complicated because this whole area is not correct. The grading is wrong. The water runs into the garage. The whole thing is screwed up there. So I'll have to do something about that in the long term. Alright, so we have some dirt left in the trash can, which we're going to probably use the rest of it at the other side. And that's it, no dirt left, which is kind of disappointing because I thought that there might be a fair bit, but nope. That sounds like a tree branch starting to break. I hope it's not in my yard. Alright, so we'll see what we can do to fill in the rest of this. best as possible. And then that'll be it for tonight out here. Wow, what a major cosmetic improvement this is. Major. There was no pipe there when I bought the house. It looked a lot better, but I put the pipe in because, you know, the foundation was getting messed up from the water and everything. And I always hated the way it looked. And now it's finally fixed. Wow, this is still very heavy. Huh. This is fantastic. Looks great. There's a lot of nice rocks here. There's a mullein plant here. See if that makes it through the winter. I'm not sure. I doubt it, but we'll give it a chance. We'll have to figure out something else for this. This is obviously not going to work long term, but for now it's better than nothing. I'll have to somehow incorporate this into the landscape design over here. But that is a project for next year. I wouldn't want to plant anything in this stupid drought anyways. You have to be watering it every day. Alright, well that's pretty much a wrap on the project for now. We're ready for rain, whenever that may come. Take a quick look over everything again, and then that'll be a wrap on this one. It starts here. This is a little flaky. I have to figure out something better. Maybe I should build this up. I don't know. I gotta do something with the drainage over here. So I'll probably just leave it alone for now until I figure out what to do with the drainage. And that's nice not having that there anymore. This looks so much better. Even though it's a total mess, it still looks so much better. This plant's doing pretty good now. Much, much better. This is a clean drop in there. That looks nice. Yeah, this isn't great. We gotta do something different with this, but I'm not sure what that's gonna be right now, so we'll figure it out later. It's fine like that for now. It's perfectly functional. All the water's getting directed over where the wires is, so it's not gonna cause any kind of erosion issues on that front. And it can sit like this all winter, and we'll deal with it in the spring. Wow, that is so much nicer now. Alright, so now I will clean up some of these buckets. I'll return my neighbor's trash can. You know, I'll do that tomorrow because it doesn't have the lights on right now. And I don't want to walk over there and find out there's just skunk or something. I'll put this in the front. And I'll clean up these rocks tomorrow. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with those. That one is kind of cool. Put that one somewhere. The rest I might just store somewhere for now. And I got to blow the leaves off the driveway before it rains. All these leaves in front of our drain here. And the drain blocks up, and then water goes all over the driveway and the garage and just makes a mess. Alright, so we got another bucket of rocks. This is pretty good. I'll put this under the table for now. I just don't want that filling up with water. This is all to be canceled out. I'm going to dump this in that trash can actually. These buckets are great. Use them all the time. I pick these up in during bulk pickup week. There's always people throwing them out. I don't know why you'd throw them out. I always grab them all. That bucket's full of bricks and larger rocks. So we'll have to keep that for now. Oh, the hacksaw is out here still. I'll bring that in so it doesn't the rust. Yeah, it's getting pretty cold now. Wind's picking up a bit. One of the pieces broke off this rake. I actually found it unintentionally in the yard a couple of weeks ago, or like a month or so ago. I put it on top of one of the fence posts and I forgot about it and it fell off and I don't know where it is now. Maybe I'll find it again someday. Ow. think all that's left after this bucket is the hose. I'm going to try to get a lot of the water out of this hose, because I don't know when the next time I'm going to be using it is. This hose tends to be kind of difficult to drain because it's always kinking up and then the water stops flowing. Case in point. Okay, the hose is pretty much drained. This is not going to go on there nicely because of how stiff it is from being cold. went a lot better than I was expecting. Guess you gotta get a break every now and again. Alright, that's it for tonight outside. So beautiful here with the street lights. It's like daylight. You can tell it's getting towards winter because it's cold. You can tell it's getting towards winter because it's quieter out, less bugs because it's getting cooler at night. Give it another couple weeks, you'll be able to hear a pin drop out here. And now that the leaves are coming off the trees, you unfortunately hear a little bit of traffic noise sometimes. But at least during the summertime, you don't usually hear that.